Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a wonderful day yesterday, and I hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. Shut that off for now. So, yesterday we went ahead and we worked on a whole bunch of stuff over there, making crystal oscillators. Awesome. It worked great. Building is cool. Today, however, we need to come over here and we need to start working on some stuff this direction, which includes more train, which also means go. So the big thing is that I need to get a whole bunch of rail, a whole bunch of this stuff out here. I mean, like out here, out here. So much work to do. Specifically, hypertubes. Hypertubes need to get out there, and then rail needs to get out here. As you can see, kind of far out there. Not 100% all gone, but not bothering me enough to be an issue. Like it's still, there's that tingle that it's existing, but it's just because a lot of it has to deal with barometric pressure. There, now I can see again. Okay. Yeah, it was just because there was a really big storm front that was sitting over top of us for a while. All right, let's grab our hypertubes. And start putting them in place. And get these set up. There looks good. It'll be nice when I actually have faster travel out here, honestly. Tired of running the entire way. Let's see. Let's do here. Here. And then we can do there and there. Yeah, that'll work. It ain't perfect, but it'll look nice. And I think what I'll do is I'll just continue to go ahead and put these down. Oh, no, I won't, because I've got to put these down. Zoop that way, please. Thank you. I'll go ahead. Just going to have to zoop this like so. There it goes. Was also going through last night and doing a little bit of work around the base, just adding walls to it, make it look like it was a little bit more of an actual stable structure. At some point, I'm going to have to go through. I know, right? It is nice. I think that's one of the reasons why in a lot of cases for like when you're looking at Factorio versus Satisfactory, a lot of people gravitate more towards this because of the fact that it is a little bit more tangible in a way compared to Factorio. Factorio is definitely one of those that it is, I would say it's the big brother version. Whereas Satisfactory is very definitely little brother version of the game. but it does so much so right. And it is just a lot of fun to play. Almost there. It'll be fantastic when I get down here. I kind of wish I could zoop longer than 10, but it kind of works out. I wonder if that is a technical limitation or if it's specifically just one of those that are like 10 ought to be enough. You need to do more than 10 at a time. Then you have the patience to do more more zoops. There we go. Excellent. That takes care of incoming and outgoing. So now I need to go back through and add a whole bunch. There we go. Add a whole bunch of the thingamabobbers for what's it? Hypertubes. Good lord. I swear to God. I actually got sleep last night too. It was so nice and cool out. Like it's one of those, I had just been using a sheet and then this little blanket that my sister had gotten when she was at work. I know, words are hard. But it was this little blanket, real soft. And like I just put the sheet on and then I'd put the little blanket over like my chest. And that was keeping me warm without being too hot, especially when the AC would kick in. Last night I had the window open, and with all the rain and whatnot that we had, it was definitely one of those like we needed, or I needed, a little bit more something to keep warm with. So wound up pulling my comforter out, which was nice. So nice. Then I had a weird dream about having to fix some guy's laptop. Like, the dream was picking up as if he had already dropped it off before. And I hadn't worked on it for some reason. It's the weirdest thing. I was like, the hell is going on? And then he started talking about all these different internet service providers. Kinda. You know how dreams get. They're just out there. Dreams do their own thing. Nobody understands them. Not even the experts. Okay, let's grab these. And go. And I was also playing a little bit because I wound up waking up last night for a little bit. And let's do curve on that. So I was up for a little bit. I was like, you know what? Let's just go ahead and play a little bit of Path of Exile 2. And managed to kill the Silverfist Gorilla on my first try. It's like, what is everybody complaining about? Sounds like definitely a little bit of Minecraft meets DayZ going on in that dream. But I keep seeing all of these videos popping up about how this particular patch for Path of Exile 2 is just, it's all messed up. And the Huntress is terrible. And Grinding Gear Games doesn't know what they're doing. And all these people are upset. I'm like, honestly, I don't get it. Because I'm not following a build guide. I have very little idea what I'm actually doing in terms of stats. I'm kind of winging it and hoping for the best. And I'm doing great, surprisingly enough. Now, I haven't finished the first 3 acts of the game, so I'm not in extreme or whatever it is. I need to go grab some more copy. But it is definitely a weird experience. It feels very... There's a word... There's like this level of dissonance between what I'm experiencing and what I am seeing amongst the community. And it really does make me question if we're even playing the same game. Now, I am noticing that as I am progressing through Act 3, things are getting more difficult. But I'm not noticing a situation where it's impossible to play. And if anything, I'm having loads of fun with the Huntress. The only thing that I feel is a critique of the class, and something that I would personally want to see changed, is that the way that the Huntress currently works is that you've got oh, turnip, buddy, believe me, I spent a lot of time with my brain not clouded by the waking world, trust me. From about the age of 17 until about 39, there was no real world clouding this head. Trust me on that one. By the way, how you doing, buddy? Oh, man. That's true. That is true. So my critique of the Huntress in Path of Exile 2. The way that it works is that you have your health and you have your mana. And your mana is usually used for abilities. But there's this secondary sort of resource that you have available called Frenzy. In order to build up Frenzy, you wind up needing to use a shield to block incoming hits. Now, what is weird about that gameplay style is that it doesn't really feel like it fits well with the combat rhythm of the Huntress. The combat rhythm of the Huntress is such that you are both melee and ranged. And so, generally the way that I'm playing is that I am jumping into the middle of combat and then I'm rolling back out, doing some ranged, jump back in for more melee, jump back out. And it's a very back and forth kind of play style. And it feels great. It's a lot of fun. Very energetic, very dynamic. I'm loving it. But in order to maximize the amount of damage I'm capable of doing, at some point within that back and forth, I have to stop and block. And it feels wrong. It completely disrupts the flow of the combat for the Huntress. I think instead what would work better in order to generate frenzy and actually make your combat choices matter a little bit more is if frenzy was generated by melee hits or by melee skills, and then could be used by range skills. So it would incentivize you to get in there and do more melee combat to generate your resource, and then pull back to do the big damage off of your ranged combat. And I think that would be a much better way to manage your resources compared to the way that it currently is. Now, I wouldn't get rid of the shield for the Huntress because that's still a really good way to, generate some armor and survivability. But it just feels currently like the setup needs some tweaking. Let's see, I need... Yes, I'm sitting here talking about Path of Exile 2 while I'm playing Satisfactory. But Satisfactory right now is just, I'm just collecting stuff and then building. Yeah, exactly. I may actually play a little bit of Path of Exile 2 later today on stream, just to kind of demonstrate what I'm talking about. But it is one of those that the Huntress as a character class feels good. She's fun to play. Like I said, I'm enjoying the dynamic combat role that she has. And I'm absolutely just walking through most of the game at the moment. Even more so than I did when I had switched to doing the Mercenary last season. Last season, I had started with the Witch, I got her all the way up, and then it was like, this just isn't fun for me. Switched over to the Mercenary and was just absolutely having a blast after that. This is even easier and even more fun as the Witch Hunter. So, okay. This thing takes forever. Now, I did see, switching back to Satisfactory, I'd seen that Kibitz had actually come up with an effective launching system that looked interesting. I only saw the diagram of it from the thumbnail, but I can kind of figure out how it works. And this is one of those things where I do wish that Satisfactory had an actual, logic system with sensors and wires and stuff like that so that you can put together some sort of logic gating. Because I think it would be cool to have a speed sensor on Hypertube so that you could create a circular launcher that would sit there and start speeding you up over and over again as you go through it. And then once you reached a threshold speed, it would go ahead and automatically change the trajectory of one of the splitters. And so instead of constantly looping you, all of a sudden it would eject you through the rest of the tubes. And I think that would be really cool. Boop. Hold on a second. Okay, there we go. back to it. Why do I do this to myself? I'm definitely looking forward to when I get this finished, honestly. It's one of those that, having had Satisfactory for so long, because I originally had it when it first launched exclusively on Epic. And then, unfortunately, I don't have that account anymore. So I wound up getting it again when it was on Steam, when it launched on Steam, because I prefer Steam anyway. The majority of people do, apparently. And I've had it, you know, this entire time, and I've played it off and on for years. There was a brief period, like around Update 8, when I didn't play a whole lot. Mostly because I knew it was coming up to the 1.0 launch. And I kind of wanted to experience that sort of fresh, if you will. And there we go. Now the fun part. Let's get this all connected up. Now, currently, one of the problems that I'm going to have is I have no power coming down to this other side. So, even though I can get out here, I wouldn't be able to return. But that's okay. Because once I bring some train tracks down here, and actually I could go ahead and just run a power line down the entire way. That wouldn't be a problem. Just a pain in the ass. But once I get this set up, it'll be much easier to get back and forth. And I'm trying to figure out how I would want to set up all the construction to get out here. Because part of the reason for coming out here is so that I have more room for constructing. But also specifically so that I can start setting up the basic manufacturing for the Phase 3 parts, as I need to get those going. One of the things that I've done in the past is actually just set up one of the manufacturers and just manually dump the parts into containers and let it work that way until I had what I needed, which oftentimes works fairly well. I need to go grab some more. Damn it. We're almost done. We're almost done. I think this is one of the largest projects that I've ever worked on. Yeah. Because the only other one that I can say was fairly lengthy was something that Kintar and I had worked on when we had built a road from where our forever home is to where our starting area was. And did all of that with foundations, and this is before you could zoom, so we had to do it all one by one. And then we built, once we had that finished, we went through and laid conveyors all the way from one end to the other, going both there and back again. So that way we could ride them and bring resources over. Talk about a huge pain in the ass that was. But it was also kind of fun too, because that was still the early-ish days before the game really took off. I don't remember if it had trains at that point yet. I don't think it did. Or if it did, we just hadn't unlocked them yet. I think that was the case. Thank you. And away we go. The other thing that I want to look at is standardizing the way that the hypertubes, the entrances and exits work. I don't know if I want to make that a specific blueprint or if I just want to figure out how I want to set that up. This playthrough, though, definitely my learning playthrough. Hey, what's up, Matt? How you doing, buddy? Let's see. I need more copper sheets. Lots more. And steel tubes. There we go. We're almost connected. Probably just one more to go, and we'll be all set. Boom. Let's go. And then even after I get all of this done, I still have to go through and start putting in the substructure for the giant glass tunnel. Finish putting in all the glass walls. This is definitely one of those where it probably would have been a good idea to come up with the blueprint for it. Although the 40 by 40 meter box that they give you just doesn't seem big enough for some of the blueprints that I would want to do. I'd probably have to set up the blueprint differently so that it's sections of the whole. But still so much area to explore too. Like you can see how much of the map I have explored versus how much of the map I have not explored. And like there's a lot of areas that I've looked at.
Morning, Matt. Enjoy your gross coffee.
Oh yeah, that's right. And coffee is not gross. I mean, some coffees maybe, but no, it's not. No, I've actually had some really gross coffee, and it really is terrible. I've also had really gross tea, and it was equally terrible. But coffee actually tastes really good, and especially when you use it as a... And that's fair. I'm not saying, you have to enjoy coffee. I'm just saying that coffee in and of itself does not necessarily inherently taste bad. And coffee cake is absolutely delicious. Well, got a giant ass coffee cup here. This thing's 24 ounces, so twice as big as a normal coffee cup. It does actually taste a little bit like coffee, but it's good. Because my mom's the same way. She doesn't really care for coffee, but she loves coffee cake. All right, there we go. We are now all set. And now run this all the way down. You might not have heard it because you did it while I was talking. I need to find a way to make that louder-ish. That's true.
Yet heard it loud and clear. Cruz isn't as loud as he thinks. Smile.
I'm not sure if I should be offended by that or thankful. That's like such a backhanded compliment in a way. I mean, thanks, but fuck you, but thanks. Oh, man. Let's hurry up. Almost. Okay. Think. Oh, awesome. There it is. Now we get to do power. And put one. I'm not sure how I feel about where this is going, but oh, you know what? Fair. That is, yeah, I'd be hyped about that too. And yes, yes, Hollows. Bunch of nerds in the chat. Yeah, speaking of which, have you gotten your Hollows account unbanned yet? Okay. I'm not complaining. I think Whittle Twilight is actually a much cuter name. But it's just like kind of weird calling you Hollows now when you're not Hollows anymore. Nice. This is probably a good thing, Hollows. Sometimes I think it's in your best interest if people don't know who you are. Excuse me. I know, right? As soon as people know who it is, they're like, oh crap, it is that person. And I was having such a good day. Ah, that's all right. We love you. You're like a deranged mascot around here. That's all. need the power line. And go. I honestly don't know if all this work is going to be worth it, but I will at least have done something. It's these massive mega projects. Such a pain in the ass. Aw. As she should be. It was really cute yesterday. I came upstairs to make dinner, and Taz and Runt were in front of the refrigerator. And Runt was actually resting his head on Taz, and she wasn't murdering him. Oh. Come on. Nope. There it goes. Almost there. Sweet Jesus. The hypertubes by themselves do not need power. Like, I don't need to power the hypertubes. What does need power though, as far as the hypertubes go, are the entrances. Those need to have power so that I can get sucked into them and then launch forward. So that's what all this is for, is so that I can get power out here and get the entrance down here powered. Now, if I was building the rail down here, I wouldn't need to run this power line because the rail actually acts as a power line for me. But I don't have the rail, and I don't know yet where I want my stations. So I'm not doing that yet. So instead, we run this long-ass power line, basically a big giant extension cord, all the way down here, so that way I know I will at least have power when I'm working on stuff down here. And we're almost done. And it'll also just make it easier to get from one end to the other without having to worry about it too much. That's not where I want. You know what? That'll work though. Right, that in there. And there we go. We are now ready for our full run of the hypertube. And let's go. We indeed. Just not in my pants. Long ass trip. Basically what this is. But look, Ma, no hands. So this just makes it easier to get from one side to the other. And it's cool looking at all the various landscape around me. Getting to see where stuff is. We should probably go exploring up there at some point. That should be fun. See what sort of trouble we can find up there. Need to go out there at some point as well. Because once we unlock phase 3... Yeah, I could definitely see that. Oh yeah, that was kind of weird too. Yeah. God, I'd totally forgotten about that one. There is a purple guy up there. I didn't notice that. I know, right? I mean, like, how else are you going to respond to that sort of situation? So, for those of you who weren't here yesterday or didn't notice it, one of the spam bots came in, but instead of advertising like best free viewers or free cheap viewers, that sort of thing, it was one of those click this link and try not to come in less than a minute, and just totally out of the blue, like OnlyFans sort of bullshit. And I was immediately went, I will try not to. Just, I mean, what are you gonna say to that? Aside from also you were banned. I went ahead and reported them as well, but it was just like so out of the blue. I looked at it expecting it to be like, cheap viewers or best viewers. That was not what it was. That definitely, I know, right? You're not the boss of me. Okay. How are we looking at stuff over here? Oh, that was the other thing I wanted to do. Totally forgot that I wanted to do that. Oh, no, I'm not bringing any over. Okay. Good times had by all. Okay, what I wanted to also do was to bring over. There we go. Wanted to bring over silica and quartz, which means I need to run a second line up here. Oh my god! Just realized how much of a pain that's going to be. Doable but painful. Because currently I don't have any silica or quartz coming in here. So what I'll need to do, more hamster tubes, yeah, basically. I need walls. Yes, we'll do that. Just picture my engineer just standing here tapping their foot to the elevator music, slowly taking the elevator down. Oh, there we go. All right, so I've got quartz crystal there. Yeah, of course. Got quartz crystal there, which I could separate. Not sure how I want to bring that across. What if we come down underneath of it for a second? Not quite. Not quite. But I'm actually, yes. Because I could bring this around this way and around and then back up again. Which would be, yeah. then that could work. Let's get rid of you. Start making this a big ass wall. Because F you, nature, who cares? Fixit says they want all the natural resources. Fixit gets all the natural resources. You know, because they employ me and all. I kind of want to build an archway over this, though. Let's do... yeah, something like that. And then I want... that. Yeah, that'll work. Kind of looks like a really derpy smiley face. That's, by the way, the flashlight. And the image that it's showing is actually the coffee stain logo, which I thought was cute. Kind of wish now that there was like a movie projector. That would be fun. All right, let's get more of this in place. Oops. Oh, no, I don't want to cover that up yet. Because that right there is another coal deposit. Hey, there we go. There's our spam bot for today. And ban. Starting to feel like they weren't paying attention to me today. It's like, what did I do? Am I not good enough for your advertisements? Might put a doorway in right there. That makes sense as a location to do that. Sort of. 7. Yeah, there we go. Awesome. So much fun designing all these buildings to be massive and take up most of the landscape. Now I just kind of wish I had a big ass cannon I could shoot at these guys. That doesn't involve using myself. Nope. There we go. And there. Alrighty. Oh, awesome. So, with that in mind, let's go ahead and bring There we go. Or Mark 2 belts. Cool. Nope. There. And there we go. That way I can go ahead and start bringing the quartz crystal and the silica around. And for that, let's go ahead and start getting. I'm not sure that is going to line up correctly, but we'll find out. Actually, it just might. Okay, cool. Kind of thinking it might be worthwhile to go ahead and move this wall in line with this one. Because it looks like it's just one extra. Out of the way. Yeah, it looks like it's just one extra length out. So we'll get rid of you. Bring that down like so. And then I can bring you across. Yes. Excellent. Sort of. I know, right? It's just because I'm good at attracting bots. Which, okay. Speaking of bots, uncomfortable subject. So apparently, AI and OnlyFans just go hand in hand. Because there is a couple of influencers that are using an AI filter to do a face replacement on themselves and make it look like they are suffering from Down syndrome. And personally, I look at it and I go, honestly, oh, absolutely. Like, I'm well aware of the fact that there's some OnlyFans girls who are pure AI. But the the ones that really are just absolutely hilarious to me are the ones that make themselves look like they have Down syndrome. And it's less about them and more about people's reaction to it that I find the most hilarious. No, God, no. The world is not ready for that. But what's hilarious about it is how upset people are. Like, how dare they do that? And I'm like, you guys would be equally upset, if not more so, if it was an actual person with Down syndrome who started an OnlyFans, because then you'd be like, who talked her into it? What sort of horrific monster would do that? And it's like, you just can't win with these people. Yeah, there you go. I would never do such a thing. But I'm like, if it's not hurting anybody, who gives a damn? And even if it was somebody with Down syndrome, if they're enjoying themselves, who cares? Like, we spend way too much time getting in everybody else's business going, that's wrong, you should feel bad. Why? Why should I feel bad? Because they're making bad decisions. There we go. I don't even have an OnlyFans account. It's the internet. I don't need one. I mean, I would never look at that horrible, disgusting, perverted filth ever. Not me. Oh, let's get up here. That's fair. That is so true. Hey, if that's how you're making your money, more power to you. In all fairness, I've actually known uh, like cam girls and stuff and been friends with them. I remember years ago, years ago, my family went out to uh, the coast for a family vacation, and it just so happened that one of the cam girls and her husband lived out that direction. So my dad and I went out to visit them, hang out, talk, shoot the shit and whatnot. I was like, I don't know, 15, 16, something like that. But what was also cool was that was also the point where I was heavily into doing Photoshop artwork. And the husband was also doing Photoshop work of his wife for their website. And so it was really cool from an artistic standpoint to see the work that he was doing and then be able to like talk about the various ways that you could do things. But they were really cool people and it was a lot of fun. And I think sometimes people get a little caught up in their whole feelings about the entire situation. Forget that sometimes these are actually decent human beings that are just trying to make ends meet. Also, I need that there. And it's really, really easy to sit on a high horse when you don't have any skin in the game. Oh, I need you. Come here, bacon. All right. Let's bring this down like so. And we're actually starting to look a bit like a proper building. E- Exactly. That really sums it up. That actually works out beautifully. Cool. So now I can go ahead and I can put nope, logistics. I put a hole in the wall there. Awesome. Oh, absolutely, 100%. Like, if other people are starting drama, I'll go ahead and watch. I mean, let's be realistic. Drama still sells, so and we are but human. If somebody's having their moment, I will happily watch it. All right, these are going to get removed, but for the time being, I need. There you go. Exactly. As long as nobody I know is going to be personally injured by said drama, bring it on. Okay. Then go. Now this is where it's going to get real fun. Because I need to start replacing these walls with 3 holes. It's always a dark tunnel. Everything ends in a dark tunnel. Already have one. Get up there. I need to put some steps over there, but I already have an elevator here. Goes all the way up. Oh, God. Avatar: The Last Airbender, the gift that keeps on giving. Even if most people get it wrong. Not you guys. You guys get it right. But I'm talking about, like, that Avatar movie that almost came out by that director who started to fizzle out after he did some really good movies. And then Netflix attempting to do it, but not realizing what it is that actually makes the show so great. And there we go. Actually, you know what? No, not there. Let's bring you out just a little bit more. That is perfect. And ooh, just barely, but I'll live with it. That all the way down. Boop. There we go. That's one thing that I dislike about them removing the text chat from Grand Theft Auto 5 expanded and enhanced on PC. That is a fucking mouthful. Is the fact that sometimes when some random would come around and blow my ass up, instead of getting mad and trying to shoot them down or blow them up back, I would just yell out, "My cabbages!" And every once in a while, somebody would get it. And that was kind of the best part about that entire situation. It's like, yay, somebody actually gets it. Unfortunately, without text chat, Can't really yell that. Well, I guess I could do it on voice, but it's just not the same. I don't have the voice for it. Plus, most people aren't listening to voice chat on the PC version anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, now this is where it's going to get a little bit interesting. That's okay, yeah, fair enough. What I could do here is yeah. All right, let's see. Get up here. And here, there we go. Okay. Need this. There we go. Can't quite see up there, but there we are. Let's see if I can block that one. There we go. You know, I think I've had that problem as well. And I don't know if it's a setting issue or what. Then again, I also just have my microphone turned off in the game anyway, because last thing I want is people hearing me while I'm just randomly idling in the game, watching YouTube shorts and laughing like an idiot. All right, pop this wall out. Okay, so we should be good here. It really is. The problem is, though, that I am running out of keys on the keyboard and my mouse, because games keep using all of them. So it's getting harder and harder to find keys that aren't being used or are important. I wish. God, I wish. Actually, one of these days, two sets of controllers that I want to get. First of all, I want to get one of those really good sets of pedals and steering wheel for racing games. Would absolutely love to get one of those. The other thing that I want to get is a proper setup for flight sticks, because I would absolutely love to be able to play flight sims a bit better. Yeah, that should be correct. Yep. Okay. And such a huge pain in the ass. Why do I do this to myself? That's right. I'm an idiot. Oh. Not too worried about flying a Cessna. Actually, what I really want to learn how to fly is your mom. Sorry, I couldn't help it. The joke was right there. It had to be told. Fair enough. And I fly her every week. Let's be realistic. Okay, that takes care of. Fair. And also true, unfortunately. Out of the way, out of the way. There we go. And oh no. Oh no. Yeah, I need a set of hypertubes to come out this way. And oh yay. There we go. Oh, that's something I haven't checked on in a while is power usage. Oh, we're fine. Never mind. Power's great. Oh, absolutely I could. Like that part wouldn't even be an issue. At that point, I would just make a hypertube that launches me out in that direction. And then before I land, just make sure I hit my jetpack so that I don't kill myself and go splat. Let's grab some more of these guys. Awesome. What are we doing on stators anyway? Not bringing any over, so it doesn't matter. Let's go. Excuse me. Wee. It's kind of fun when you get a good parkour rhythm going. Oops. And then you hit a wall. There we go. So that should be bringing up. Yeah, it really is. And then I think what I'll do here is I may actually just keep this here and put a doorway in. Hello, door. Yeah, that, and it's funny too because I keep seeing YouTube videos popping up about it, talking about how in depth it is and how good it is, and I'm like, are did we even play the same game? That was not a fun parkour game. That was frustration on a whole new level. Okay, what I want is let's do vertical zoop. The Storor one. Storor Parkour Pro. Storor Parkour Pro. God, that is a terrible name. And that one. Yeah, basically. Part of the problem was that it lacked proper optimization. And so it was difficult to play. And then add into that the fact that the controls felt rough and sluggish and just gross. I think is the best way to put it. The controls felt gross. What am I looking for? What? Oh, you're the. Okay. I want the inverted ones. Yeah, there we go. I like the way that looks. Gives it a little bit of character there.
I have too many points for this dude and am doing very well, thank you.
Not sure how I should feel about that, Kintar. No, whoops. Jesus. Well, at least it means you watch me a lot, so, there's that. Well, okay, let me back that up. It means that you are here a lot. I'm not sure if you're watching most of the time. Yeah, I know better. I don't think there is a less terrifying way to state that. Hey, I will take listening as well. I'm totally A-okay with that, especially considering that I do talk a whole lot. Ew. Office 365. Ew. Which is now Office Copilot. Or no, I don't know what they renamed it to. Just know I don't like Microsoft these days. Let's see. I think good. Let's head up to the top. There yet? Jesus, this is a long elevator. I forgot about that. All right, so now I should have a whole bunch of actually not that. Feeling that might not be tall enough, but that is indeed tall enough. Okay, cool. I want to bring this out to here. That is a little bit off. Let's fix that. Okay. Let's go to here. And there we go. Make sure all of you guys are updated or upgraded. Awesome. So now our train is not only going to be picking up the crystal oscillators from over here, which means that I will always have room for them, but I'm also going to be picking up the quartz crystal and silica to go. Look how there's this little gap here. That will wind up going into the second train. And then that, I'm going to have to feed into the system over here. Hollows is such. I love you guys, though. I really do. And what's it called? Oh. Damn. Okay. I stopped paying attention and nearly threw myself down the pit of despair. That's what. Oh, 25 floors you can go with on this. Nice. Okay, let's try not to throw ourselves down the hole. And probably need to get rid of these two. Get rid of those two. And bring that in. Awesome. And give me just a second. I will be right back. All right, there we go. Oh yeah, probably should turn on a light. It's a little dark. Okay. Oops, no, not that way. Wrong one. I need this one. There we go. And then I want. There we go. That'll work. Try and empty this as quickly as possible. And there we go. Why is this so slow? Why would I do this to myself? Thank you. Yes, I came back alone. Well, no, that's not true. I brought some Ritz. Yes, it does. It absolutely. There you go. Okay, there we go. That should be moving more stuff. Now that I have a lot more coming in. And there we go. Need that there. Yeah. Yeah, basically. I've got my priorities. There. That at least makes it look like that belongs there. Same for over. Awesome. So this is kind of informing me as to where I don't think I have a cup large enough for the cats. That would be hilarious, though. Like, I don't even think Smudge, who's the smallest of them, would be able to fit in any of the cups that I have. Two streamers, one cup? Oh, God, no. No. At least I'm not trying to recreate Catsy. That would be terrible. Oh, man. And for anybody who doesn't know what those things are, you are so lucky. For kitty cuddles, no. Oh, God. Yes. Oh, that would be hilarious and tragically terrible at the same time. And, okay, let's see. See, now the problem with trading points for kitty cuddles is that I would cease being able to play my games and I would only have to sit here and cuddle the cats. And I'm not a cat streamer. No, fuck you, Kintar. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Just remember, Kintar, I know people who know where you live. They've been there. Oh, God. I am now frightened. There you go. All right. So now that we've got all this working ish, we've got train working right. Oh, hello. Good timing. Let's watch it load. Wow, one of those was like super ready to go. Open up. Almost there. Well, that was a little out of sync. Ritz crackers. Absolutely. Hell, at this point, I would just love for Star Citizen to be stable enough to play, like, for an extended period of time. No, it's not a very far trip. It's very specifically not a very far trip, but it is a trip that is carrying a lot of stuff with it. And that's the important part. Okay, so now that I've got that taken care of, let's see. What am I needing here? Nothing really. Ooh, but let's go see where we're at with stuff. I like looking at stuff. God, that is dark. Definitely need more lights in here. And drop off you. Ooh, the bacon. Not that one. That one. There it is. Good God. And then Mercer spheres. And then drop off this stuff. Let's see how we're doing on coupons. Yay! 2 coupons. Yay. so many coupons. I don't know what to do with them. Power slugs. What do I have left for power slugs? Time crystal, which I can't make yet. Bolts. Oh, sweet. I can do that because I'm doing the crystal oscillators. Let's take the 2 stacks that we have. Now, this is one of those situations where it would be beneficial to be running this on the server. So that way I could let it just sit there and accrue all the stuff. Start research. Okay. I wish I'd actually read that, but yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking of doing, especially because at least right now with the experimental side of things, during the streams it tends to get a little um, iffy. But when I'm not on stream, playing it on the server is no big deal. Okay, you are. Let's do. Not sure I want to do those yet, but I do want to do the radar tower. I need 50 computers. Nope, computers. And I need the heavy modular frames. I'll be one short. Modular frames. That's what I'll be short. Okay, I can fix that. That part will be pretty easy. Then I can get the radar tower up and running. I don't know where I'm going to put one, but I'll have it. Oh no, I'll be short more than that. So I need more screws and more modular frames. And here you are. Oh. My sister and I did that the other night. We're all upstairs in the kitchen doing like dinner related stuff. And I don't remember what started it, but I wound up making the villager sound. Either I did or my sister did. And then we just went back and forth for like, I don't know, a solid minute or two. And my mom's standing there, and you could just feel the disturbance in the force as she's rolling her eyes at us. Just like, the hell is wrong with my children? There are many things that are wrong with us. What shall we name today? There we go. Let's do the radars. Quartz. And boom.
Radar tower unlocked. The tower reveals resource nodes and other useful information on the map in a set radius from its location.
Okay. Is it production or special? Tower. I doubt. Logistics. Nope. Organization. Yeah, there it is. So I need some more of the heavy modular frames. Which need 8 of those. Still have plenty. Heavy modular frame wires. Need more screws. And should be about it. Oh, goody. I want to try and make one of these for giggles. And I think what I'll do is I'll place it up on top where our train station is. There we go. Hey, what's up, Lennon? How you doing, buddy? Open sesame. Hooray for vacations. Doing all right. Can't complain too bad. Or too much. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I can complain a lot. If there's one thing that I have learned that I am incredibly good at, it's complaining. Well, there we go. That may not necessarily be a skill, but it's still something I'm good at. I would. Ooh. Oh, now that's useful. Does it show on my... Oh, it does. It does. Oh, now that's useful. That's real useful. I like that. So I think the next radar tower that I want to put up is going to be over at our other train station. So make sure we have... Nope, I need more heavy modular frames. Always more of the frames. You know, in a game about automation, one would think that I would go ahead and automate the production of an item that I need. But apparently we don't do that here. Because that's too much like a good idea. And at Cruise Coda Industries, we don't do good ideas. I need a total of 19. I probably need more of you. Need more of you. What else do I need? Looks like I'm going to need more of the steel tubes. Awesome. Now we just got to make 20 of the heavy steel frames. Awesome. And then we will go ahead and make a radar over at our other rail station, or what will eventually become a rail station. Ritz and coffee. All right. Let's go ahead and that should be good. Now we get to take the fun ride. All right, and here we go. Whee! Actually, change tape. There we go. Huh. Figured that would have been louder. You can't even hear that. That's. I mean, you can kind of hear it. That hypertube sound is just louder than. I wonder if it's because where my camera is at compared to where the sound is supposed to be coming out of. They put the source of the sound right next to where your character head is, but because the camera's not there, it moves the source of the sound away and thus makes that sound quieter. So far away. Kind of want to check out that waterfall at some point as well. Like all that area over there, I want to check out just to see how much of it is actually there and how much of it is background. Good God, this is a long trip. This is one of those where it's like, okay, I'm gonna get up and then I'm gonna see. Now you hear it. All right. So what I want to do is, oh, that's glass, idiot. Okay. Let's put radar tower here. And now, holy crap. I can see so much from here. Absolutely tons of iron and tons of pure iron nodes as well. We've got some Caterium there. Copper. So they actually moved a lot of the nodes around because it used to be that there was some quartz around in here. Over here at least. They've moved. Not seeing the quartz over here at all. Plenty of coal though, some pure coal nodes. That'll be nice. Normal, impure, nobody cares about that one. And then got some more way out here. What I need to do is get another radar, probably around in here. Probably actually where about Goes is. Maybe a little bit further out. That might not be a bad idea. To start kind of setting these up. What I also want to do is set them up on power switches. So that way when I'm not using them, I can go ahead and just shut them off. I don't know. What's their power draw? Desert railing. I don't know what their power draw is. It doesn't look like it's too much, but let's at least go to the top. Let's see what's up here. This could be kind of fun. Oh, I see. Okay. Don't throw me off the edge. That is actually, I know, right? I really can see everything from up here. Ah. Oh, there we go. Good Lord. Now that's a hell of a view right there. That absolutely. Wow. And we're still not at the tallest point on the map. That's the impressive part. Yeah, there you go. That slaps. For real, for real. No cap. Let's see. You can see a lot of the power slugs out there. See where all the water is. Skibbity view. There you go. That's what this is. Skibbity view. There goes these three coal nodes, which are all normal. Yep. Oh, absolutely. As you should. It does look really cool, though. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually switch over to preteen teen lingo. Yeah, basically. I think it's even hitting the early 20-somethings. Let's switch over to over to some Path of Exile 2, because I wanted to touch on that for a little bit. See if we can get through at least Act 3. before we wrap up for today. Um, I can do it later. I'll do it at the end of the stream. Okay. This 3, 2, Path of Exile. Sure. And play. Might have to turn this down just a little bit. However, I wanted to show off the Huntress specifically because I was talking about it earlier. And I was talking about her play style. Options. Sound. That down a little bit. Save, close. Okay. So the Huntress kit. Let's actually go ahead and look at her skills. The first thing is that she comes with the spear, which is one of the new weapons. The spear is both melee as well as a ranged weapon. So you can, hit things that are in front of you. You can also go ahead and switch to spear throw, and both are incredibly powerful. I actually do wind up utilizing both throughout the engagements. The thing, however, is that she also has this frenzy bar, which is kind of hard to see. Uh, but frenzy is built up every time you block with the shield. Now, the reason why that doesn't feel good in her normal playstyle is because of the fact that, generally speaking, if you are using any of her other skills, you're spending very little time standing still. Most of the time, you are dodging in and out of combat, which you should be. So that's why stopping to block feels wrong. As far as my build goes, I went with the Amazon Ascendancy because I think it's Ritualist, just felt weird. Like basically everything was a debuff of some sort. Like, why would I debuff myself in order to get more powerful? It felt weird. And the Ascendancy trees always feel a little weird anyway. I think that's part of the problem is that the game spends an awful lot of time making it harder on yourself before you get to any actual power. And it's weird. It doesn't fulfill that desire for power fantasy. But as far as my overall build goes, it's kind of all over the place. I'm not really, I don't have anything planned out. So I don't know explicitly where I'm going other than just going. So that's kind of where I'm at, is just making numbers go up. But so far, it is actually working fairly well. Um, Mostly it's about increasing my damage, attack speed. I've got melee and projectile damage increases. So if I've done a melee attack and then I go to do a ranged attack, it'll get increased, vice versa. I'm also increasing my bleed with incision. And then I'm starting to work on projectile damage. And then I'm also going to run down to, where was it? Start working towards melee damage, as I wanted to increase that as well. So it's going to come down here eventually and then back up into this tree here. Because again, Being a hybrid class makes it so that the Huntress is reliant on both her melee and her ranged capabilities. And then as far as skills go, I'm running Rake with what's it? Rake with Brutality, Stomping Ground, which triggers a shockwave when you take a step while using supported skills. So basically, she launches forward, Stomping Ground does a bunch of damage. It's fantastic. Explosive Spear is one of the other ones that I'm using a lot of. And go ahead and jump into that so we can actually start seeing how it all comes together. I've also got Whirlwind or Whirling Wind or something. What is that? Whirling Slash. Basically creates a small AoE around me that enemies that hit it are blinded. So that helps with a little bit of my damage mitigation, as well as utilizing Blood Hunt so that once I apply bleeds to a bunch of guys, I can roll out Blood Hunt in to do AoE damage, then apply more bleeds and keep doing that. So we'll see how it all works out. Hopefully, I don't die immediately. That would be a little embarrassing.
Mine. Watch your step.
There we go. And then I'm also moderately reliant on Energy Shield to help with damage mitigation as well, which is useful. Take that. Big groups do start to cause a problem, especially. Wow, this latency is brutal. I'm also using Herald of Blood. Thank you. As I find it's really useful for this particular build. Okay, let's spend that point real quick and increase projectile. Well, let's keep going. But as I said, it is a very back and forth kind of fighting style. Jumping in, then rolling out, jumping in. Setting up to try and get as many people as possible with bleeds and taking out stragglers. But when I was talking about making sure that or changing the way that frenzy is generated, because if I just sit here, I can let them beat on me for a little bit, but I'm not doing any damage, which feels off. If I have enough time to block, then I have enough time to do damage. And doing damage is going to be better than sitting there not doing damage. Because the amount of additional damage that I'm outputting from frenzy charges is negligible compared to what I could be doing when I'm sitting there blocking. So it would just be in my best interest to just do the damage. So that's why I think what they should do is have it so that you have a chance to generate frenzy charges on melee, where you use your melee abilities to start building up frenzy, and then you use your ranged abilities to spend frenzy and use it more like a proper resource. I think that's also part of the problem is that they rely too heavily on mana being like your main resource and don't feed into class fantasy of using your particular resources as actual resources. That is one thing that I will say that I think Diablo does better. Now, granted, when you really look at it, the class resources are just nothing but glorified mana pools anyway. You didn't die from that. Allow me to educate you on death. But the Huntress definitely feels like it could be better. But not so much in her play style, so much as just how she can be better utilized.
Watch your step.
Because I feel like if you're going to give a player the ability to block, they really should be more of a tank kind of gameplay.
Come on.
Or that blocking should be something that you can sort of queue up into the actual queue it up as part of the actual rhythm of your fight. I think that's also why blocking in this just doesn't feel very good. Because again, you're taking time to block that you could be doing damage. And considering how much damage you need to output almost constantly. God. And this is why I think that they should change the way that her frenzy generation works. Now they are going to be adding it so that there is a chance that when an enemy is in execution range or has low health, you can perform an execute-like maneuver on them that will also generate frenzy, which is kind of a good idea. But I think ultimately kind of again misses the mark of what you could do with the skills that are available to the Huntress. Let's see. Circle back this way. Wow. This latency sucks. Their servers must be getting swamped or something. I don't know what's up. But last night I noticed that it was getting hit with a lot of lag spikes as well.
Look out.
Ah. But all in all, I've really enjoyed the Huntress. I've actually been enjoying the Huntress a lot more than the Mercenary from season 1. And bosses have been difficult, but also not impossible. I think the only one where I got a little dicey was Jamin Ra, the second time. When you fight him at the end of Act 2. That one was a little rough. Because I got real close to running out of my health potion. Here, take that. And you're dead. Now, it may also be because I am playing solo self-bound. I've noticed that it's also been a little bit easier. son of bitches. It's been a little bit easier to find upgrades or to make upgrades. I think they also increased the drop rate for currencies. At least it feels like they did. So there's that. Now I am comparing this to when it first launched and like a few weeks afterwards, because that was kind of the last time I had played. Let's get you identified. Thank you. Nice. Go.
Don't eat anything colorful.
But I like eating the colorful stuff. Let's see if I have anything that I want to upgrade here. One of the other things that I'm doing is making sure that I don't play this in such a way as to be like, oh, I don't want to spend any of my currencies. I don't want to spend any of this. I am actively spending it because I'm finding that it just makes life easier. It makes it better. Let's see. Let's do. What are my resistances anyway? I need more lightning and more cold resistance. Okay. We will throw in some extra lightning resistance. And I can't really do anything else at the moment. Actually, for the boss we're about to come up to, I really should use fire resistance, but oh well. Okay. I mean, could do that.
Flying now, are we?
Bitch, get back here.
Bleed to dry.
Here, have some of that. Ow. Ow. Quit riding away from me so I can hit you. Fine, we'll do it this way. Ow. They changed her up a little bit. Wow. She is an obnoxious boss.
Bleed.
Nope, out of the way. There we go. Oh, there we go. We finally get into the other phase. Nope. There we go. Come on. Stop running into the things that are going to kill you, idiot. Let's get out of that. No.
Soften the wound. Look at that!
Honestly, this phase is the easiest one to deal with. Even on, what is it, extreme or whatever it is, the second set of acts that you're doing. Haha. Haha. Ow. It would probably be easier if I wasn't such an idiot. Oh. Ow. Jesus. Oh, you can roll through that pretty easily. Okay. Nope. Oh, now I gotta kind of lock in a little bit. Yeah, a little bit more fire resistance probably would have been nicer.
Look at that!
There we go.
Now that's a kill.
Oof.
Boasting about.
Gemrod skull. Ah, nice. Okay.
Spirit watch over us. A more
Lizard
disgusting
scale
sight
boots.
I've not seen.
Cool. Grab that stuff. Awesome. That was a little bit more difficult than I would care to admit, but we got it done. And that's what I mean. The Huntress really is actually a good class. I think part of the problem is that people are expecting it to be like, let's see. Yeah, you. They're expecting it
Killing scum like
to
that's
be
reward
kind
enough.
of like
See you.
last season, where you had a lot of classes that were just one-trick ponies, like the Sorceress and Spark, I think it was. Ooh, level 10. What do we have? Oh. I need a lot more, what? Actually, which one do I want? Not that one. Blink might not be a bad idea to get at some point. I might have to go with that one. And then there was also another one that I wanted to get. Must have- Hmm. Oh well. I have it available for when I need it. Or awesome. Okay. Trying to keep my stash tabs as
How can I be of it?
unfettered as possible. Good old Val Orb. Increase movement speed, increase evasion rating, plus 15 dexterity. Physical damage is pinning. Huh. The extra movement speed wouldn't be so bad. But they don't give me anything enough that I would want to replace what I already have. So, let's go hit this up and move on.
Hey there.
So, guys.
See you.
Okay. Making sure that I've all filled up there. Okay. Next up, we need to go to Infested Barrens so that I can hit up Chimeral Wetlands. I should also go back and go look for the Venom Crypt. So that way I can get the bonus off of that. Which probably wouldn't be a bad idea. It's funny, I was noticing earlier
Take this.
as I was logging in that they actually made some changes to Act 3 maps
Bleed to dry.
because people were complaining that Act 3 felt a bit too slow, too big. Which I can definitely understand. Act 3 does feel way longer than the other two. That's it, you're dead. So they went through and they changed the way that some of the maps were being generated, which is actually cool. Glad that they did that. Ooh, I will take you. Gotcha. And you're dead. Go get some of those. This really is like this is the way that I actually enjoy playing this game, where it's a lot of back and forth in terms of battle. Jumping in and then rolling out. It just feels so damn good.
Soften the wound.
It was kind of how I enjoyed playing the mercenary merc, because of the fact that his ranged combat really did blend well with the rolling around, lots of movement, very dynamic, easy to kind of run through stuff without getting too caught up in it. Haha, gotcha. Here, have some of that big ugly thing.
You're mine.
Now you're dead.
Clean kill.
Was it worth it? I didn't even realize you had jumped on, Kintar. Let's see, that's a number. Gems. There was one. There we go. Time of Need. That's the one I want. Okay. That's a level 10. Which I could get it. I just need to be level 36 and I need more strength. I am 2 levels away from that. Okay. Because Time of Need is a really good one for survivability. And that's kind of what I want right now, is just more survivability. And especially as I get farther along in the... Oops. As I get farther... Another support gem. Yay. Nothing there. Out of the way. Uh-oh. Okay. Let's see. One of the other funny things that a lot of people are commenting on is that the game feels like they're trying to make Dark Souls with Path of Exile 1 enemies.
You're mine.
And I can kind of understand where they're coming from, because there are incredibly large groups of enemies that will attack you. But the combat feels very slow and methodical sometimes. Like they want it to be a Dark Souls-esque game. But personally, I haven't noticed that being too much of an issue. Jesus. I am just dropping gems left and right. Another spirit gem, a skill gem. Let's upgrade. I could do Tame Beast, but I don't really want to do that yet. We'll hold off. I know I could upgrade one, but again, not quite there yet. Now, Tame Beast is apparently decent. What essentially allows you to do is to mark a beast. And if you kill it within a certain time frame, it basically replaces that gem as a summonable companion. Which, honestly, of course, sounds really awesome. It's like, oh, hey, cool. It's like a hunter's
Place to
pet.
drive.
Which I think is something that they should have added a little bit earlier on. You guys can have that one, have that one.
idea.
Lots of AoE damage. That's the name of my game. Can I go up this way? I bet I can. Oh, yeah, because that's how you get to the... Okay. That makes sense. I will also say this. This game is still super pretty. Like, it's nice having a better video card to play it on now. So I can really appreciate just how beautiful the game is. Nope, you're dead. Nothing there.
Bleed!
Oh, nice. Let's see. We're down over here. Yeah, do that. Might be worthwhile to do heavy ammunition and then find projectile speed or attack speed. Here we go. It'll also be really interesting to see how well I can handle the second trial of Ascendancy with my current setup. There we go. Chimeral Wetlands, finally. Come here, crackers.
Excellent. More wildlife that wants to kill me.
There we go. And now you. Awesome. What I'm finding,
Bleed out!
at least from playing Huntress, and I haven't played any of the other classes this particular patch, but I think what it is that GGG is trying to set up with the way that skills work and the way that mobs are working is that they're really trying to push builds into being more diverse in terms of the skills that you have, so that you're looking for complementary ways to engage each battle. Because I'm pretty sure what they were finding with the initial release is that most people were basically just using one skill over and over if at all possible. And especially in the case of the witch or the sorceress, is that essentially everybody just defaulted to the same build because it was the most effective.
Bleed to dry!
Damn. Another support gem. So many gems. It's great. Gotcha. That's thank you. primarily looking for Chimera.
Take this.
Punch you in the face. And wait for you to bleed to death. That's also, I think, going to be the fun part is fighting the Chimera. Because I'm not entirely certain how well that's going to go. Hey. Give me Emerald Ring. I gotta off that. Okay, there we go. Getting tired of seeing global. Enjoy. Yeah, I saw you back there. One of the other things that I did, because I wanted to go with a bleed setup on this, is also made sure that everything that I'm doing is attempting to apply bleed in some way, shape, or form. Or as much bleed as possible. So, like, my spear throw also has a chance to apply bleed. The only thing that doesn't is my melee ability, but I have a melee ability to cover that, so it's okay.
One wrong move, and these plants will make sure it's me last.
Really?
Bleed to dry.
Plants what spew poison? Just me luck.
Ooh. Damn.
This jungle's
And
all
you're dead.
right, strange creatures.
Sure, we'll take that. Heal. Checkpoint. Oh, awesome. Should probably head back. Okay. Get identified. Get up to the salvage bench.
Not now.
Nope. Eight life regeneration. Tempting, but no. Accept. There we go.
Won't eat anything colorful.
Drop off all of this stuff. There we go. And that is a spirit gem, which I can't use yet. That's also a spirit gem. 2 more of those, which I can upgrade you. And almost looks like it could be useful. The Trail of Caltrops. Could also do Wind Dancer. That one doesn't sound so bad. I think I'll hold off on making that judgment call. And then let's upgrade. Barrage? Yeah, there we go. Okay. And then I can just sell those.
What do you need? Anything catch your... I like it.
Have anything worth a damn? Not really. Okay. Cool.
Don't drink the water.
Back to work. I want to try and get to at least the ziggurat. Where am I going? Not that way, because I already cleared out that way. So let's continue down
The
here.
thrill of the hunt.
Blast all you guys in the face. I love watching them explode in giant puddles of blood. It just makes me feel so good. In a strange sort of way. It's a very fulfilling thing.
Bleed to dry.
That's enough out of you guys. Oh. What does a sapphire ring do? Oh, cold resist. Okay. Boom. Haha. Oh. Got stunned and then you got killed. Get up, idiot. No, I'm bleeding. Well, I was bleeding. Now I am not bleeding.
Watch your step.
I hate those guys. What are they? Dire Tusk 4? Let's see, is the Chimera this way? Nope. You guys can just blow up now. Here, have some more blowy uppy stuff.
You're mine.
There we go. Feeling he's up this way. Oh no, that's the Ascendancy Temple. Never tell anyone your password. My password is.
I know now of this chaos, but a fight's a fight.
We'll come back to that because I don't need it right now. Oh my god. Where is this damn chimera? I just want to kill the chimera.
Bleed! Proof of me prowess?
Lesser glacial rune. Voltaic staff. Gold. And, ah. I think I'm coming up on it. There we go. Oh, of course. Oh no, that's the entrance that I came through. Okay. So. Ooh, Orb of Transmutation. I will take that. And come on. Yeah, this map is ginormous. I will poke you with a stick and you will fall down and die. I will send Pokey Explodey Stick at you and you will fall down and die.
Death take you!
Okay. Come on. There we go. Now we're close to it. Let's go head back to town real quick. Re-up on everything. Make sure everybody's happy. Maybe do a little bit of rafting to the armor. Did one. guys. Definitely, I will be able to sell that off. There we go. 26% increased charges. Awesome. You know what? For giggles, let's grab skill. No, that's a spirit. Damn. Kind of want to see if I can Val Orb one of the skill gems, make it a little bit more useful. But I think I'll wait. Oh, okay.
Keep
That
your
did.
eyes sharp.
Currency is good. Oh, nice. Awesome. All right. Let's try this out. See if we can go for first try. Honestly, the things that have killed me the most have been just NPCs getting to me. And my own stupidity.
Bleed to dry.
Damn. Ow. Where you gonna land? Where you gonna land? Over here. Ah. Damn it. And missed. And it fall down.
Soften a wound.
Nope, 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 nope. That'll work. Haha. Damn. Ooh. That was the wrong time to jump in there. Stop that. Nobody told you to follow me. So it might be equally hairy. Ow.
Bleed out!
Might not beat this first try. This is going to be a little dicey. There you go. Nope, 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 nope. Stop that right this second. And... Yes! Yes! Oh, I was so worried about that one.
Hello? What's this?
Oh man, that was close. That was close. I had probably one, maybe two more uses, charges out of the health flask. So that one was dicey. All right, what do we get here? Oh, awesome for the ascension. And then there we go. Okay, we can. Let's do this. We'll head back to town because I want to try something. We're going to see how this works. And let's see. First of all,
How can I be?
him. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to take the Battle Orb and I want to do, say, right. I know I already have it. I want to make another one. Fine. Where's my Battle Orb? It's up here. That's right. Let's see. Battle Orb. Corrupted. And I don't know what it did to it. Hey, how you doing, Yorishio? And game's going great. I've actually been really enjoying it. I know a lot of people have been kind of hit or miss with it, but personally, I have loved it. Probably going to have to make another one of those at some point, but that's okay. Put you free. Oh, I'm going to carry it with me. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, this patch, like a lot of people have been complaining about this patch. But honestly, I really haven't noticed. Actually, if anything, I've noticed that it's easier than last time. strangely enough. I think people are just not happy with the current way of things. Like, so many YouTubers are talking about how bad this patch is. I'm like, what version of this patch are you playing? Oh, nice. Usually a really good way to do that. Well, you know, it may get more difficult, but it's also more fun. And I think that's the important part is, are you having a good time with it? Oh. And I think at the heart of gaming, it should always be about having fun.
Maybe if I'm quiet, these things won't come to life and attack me.
This is a find. A Baal ruin that hasn't been looted?
Nice.
No one from camp has managed to make this mechanism.
Yeah, I wanted to try out the Huntress just because it sounded like a cool idea. You know, the new class and all that. I was like, at first it's a little bit of a struggle. Like the first 5 to 6 levels are kind of rough. But then once you start getting kind of into the rhythm of her attacks and whatnot, she becomes a lot easier to play.
Watch your step.
There we go. Speaking of leveling up. Let's see. Let's do... I am down here. Grab that. One of the other things, and I was commenting on this earlier, is that using her block, or forcing her to use block in order to actually like
Got one.
generate
So
frenzy
close.
is kind of dumb. And I hope they change that. Because it just doesn't feel good for the class. It would be much better if her frenzy generation was tied more towards either her ranged abilities or her melee abilities. Because then at least it fits in more with her combat styles. And you're dead. There's nothing I need in there. And in fact, in most situations, I'm not even bothering to generate frenzy. There's just not enough time to sit there and block, generate it, use it, and then back and forth like that. Probably not a bad idea. I don't know if they buffed Warrior or not. But I know a lot of people have been trying out. Like, there's just a lot of different builds that are going around now that I think are, you know, it's great that they've gone through and added more build diversity to the different characters, the different classes. Because if I remember right, initially it was just basically everybody was either going Merc or Sorceress. But I think now there's a little bit more diversity in what classes are being used, or at least I hope there is. Okay, you guys just explode over there. That's fine.
Soften the wound.
Knocked you down.
That were almost a challenge.
That was not even close to being a challenge. Well, hey there, big guy. Have some of that. And now you're dead. At this point, I'm just exploring. I already have what I need. Ooh, I'll take that. Mana Flask. Nothing in there. Nothing in there. Where was that other? Hi, guy. Ow.
Coming at ya!
That's enough out of you. Okay. That is as much as we can explore in this portion, so let's go open up the next side. Oh, wait. I was wrong. There's more.
You're mine!
Oh, that always feels so good.
Oh, goodness.
So much for that!
No stone unturned.
And you're dead. Ow. Phone one. There we go. Let's see. Anybody this way? No. We'll get you. Hi, buddy. No. You guys are like, stop stalking me? I'm not that kind of girl. Here. Have some sticks of death.
"74 shipments of soul cores in the span of 3 months. 74 shipments, and it still won't be enough. If our
That is so
fears are
true.
realized,
It's never enough.
we have put our lives on the line because Doriani asked us to do so. I accept this, and I am not a traitor to the Queen, but sometimes loyalty requires protecting her from her own mistakes.
This is true. Sometimes you do have to protect people from themselves. And anybody down here? Gotcha.
Watch your step!
Ooh, yeah, give me that.
Clean kill!
And give me that. Like I'm really having a lot of fun with solo self-found because of the fact that it feels like it's just dropping more of everything that I need in order to continue progressing. Now I don't know if that's the case with non-solo self-found, like just regular league stuff. But it does feel like they have dropped or increased the drop rates, or at least they have increased the drop rates of currencies that are beneficial for forward momentum. Oh, you just bled to death and exploded. How sad. Here, have some explodies.
The hunt is on.
Okay. Takes care of that side of things. I think sometimes when you're playing ARPGs that are more about crafting than they are about loot itself, that sometimes they don't pay as much attention to the necessity for continuing forward momentum. And especially at least through the campaign portions. And even like when it's loot oriented, like a Diablo or what's another good one? Torchlight. Oftentimes, and actually in the case of Torchlight, it's a little bit too loot heavy. Whereas something like this feels a little bit better. Like it's starting to feel a little bit more balanced. Where it's not throwing too much loot at you that you're overwhelmed. But it's not throwing too little at you that you feel like you're not getting enough. Like you're not being rewarded for the amount of time you're spending. And there is kind of a balance to be had there. Son of a bitch. I can do that too. Only mine hits harder. Oh. You missed. Here, have some more. There's absolutely nothing this way worth a damn. But you know, so this is one of the things that I've also heard criticisms of, is of course the map size. And part of it, I believe, just comes down to the fact that we're very used to running around at high speeds, getting everything quickly, and just rushing through. And I actually kind of like the almost Zen-like way that you get into exploring the maps. Running through, killing mobs, that sort of thing. Because it's really easy to just zone out after a while. And you're not necessarily not paying attention. You're just not 100% focused on it in such a way that you have to stay, as they say, locked in. Just every once in a while you get like an oh shit moment where you're like, okay, that's a few more things than I would really care to deal with right now. And it just makes sure that you stay focused every once in a while. Oh, there goes the small soul core. Uh-huh. New. Ow. How dare you stomp on me? And you get some explosives. That's one of the reasons why I've always enjoyed Diablo 3 as a ARPG. Is because of the fact that it is one of those games that you kind of zone out in after a bit. Once you've got so many hours into it, you start kind of understanding how it all works, and you don't have to spend as much time focused on actively playing it, but just generally playing it. Oh, you're dead already. Kind of curious to get to the next set of acts 1 through 3, whatever they are, the exalted or whatever. I don't remember what they're called. Excruciating. But I'm looking forward to getting the Huntress up there, because I know or I've seen a lot of the streamers kind of getting angry at how long it takes to kill them. And I'm kind of curious as to if that is something that will continue to happen, or if it's just that they're not necessarily playing wrong, but just playing inefficiently. If they're creating their builds in such a way as they're expecting it to one shot with one skill, rather than using as much of their kit as possible.
The hunt is on.
Because that's one thing that I've been trying to do, is to make sure that I'm using as much of my kit as possible when it calls for it. So Break is a really good skill for getting into or getting close to the mobs. And then combine that with Whirling Spear. Is that what it is? Whirling Slash, sorry. Because Whirling Slashes are a good way to set up some damage mitigation, especially in larger groups when you're getting kind of surrounded. Then throw on Barrage, which basically buffs up whatever your next spear ability is going to be. And then Explosive Spear. And that'll give you 3 explosive spears that you can use to attack something with. Throw in some melee hits for extra bleed. And then if I need to, I can go ahead and hit up Blood Hunt so that I can set off all the explosions of blood. Basically, when you hit a target with Blood Hunt that is bleeding, it will go ahead and use up all of the bleed damage that's been stored up on it and explode in an AoE. And couple that with the Herald of Blood, and you really do start setting up some really nice explosive AoEs going. Like that. That core over there. Okay. Jeez, thanks. Let's see. And there we go.
Quite the bounty in here.
Yay. Lots of gold, but nothing like really worthwhile.
Bleed!
Hey, buddy, take that. Again, it's so much fun to watch the enemies start exploding.
The thrill of the hunt.
Nope, you're dead. Now, when you're starting out a new character, I highly recommend, and just in general, like if you're relatively new to the game, I highly recommend trying to get movement speed on your boots, if at all possible. In fact, I would even say prioritize it, because one of the things that it definitely does is decrease the amount of time you spend running around the map, strangely enough, because of the fact that with the increased movement speed, you are capable of traversing the maps, which are quite large, but you're able to traverse them faster, and so you spend less time in them. However, that is also kind of a double-edged sword, because I highly recommend exploring them, and especially early on, because the more you explore and the more you kill, the more experience you're going to accrue, and the faster you're going to level. So it's one of those that it's kind of, you could go either way. We could try and rush, but you just want to make sure that you get good gear out of it. There you go. You also want to make sure that you have a good gem setup. Good skills and support gems, that sort of thing. Now, I'm no expert on the game, but it's just from my experiences that has been the thing that has been the most helpful. That's enough out of you. Where? No, quit running away. You don't get to run away. There we go. Oh, this could be fun.
Return to nothing.
Here, have some of those. There we go. I will just poke you to death. All right, there we go. I have the soul cores. I really do love watching them all explode. There's just this weird thrill I get out of watching enemies just explode in a ball of blood and guts. I'm not saying I'm psychotic, but I'm not saying I'm psychotic either. Uh-huh. You're dead. Oh yeah, this guy. I know who we're going against now. This guy's a pain in the ass.
You dare disturb me?
I'm gonna need you to stay right there. Ow. Ow.
Watch your step.
No. No. Ow. He got me right in the face. What are you trying to do with that? Whoops. What the hell? Ow. Haha. Come on. Actually, he's not too bad for a mini boss. I remember I had so many problems with him when I was trying to take him on my sorceress. Ow, ow, ow. Come on, I rolled through that. No! Damn it! I was so close. No! Damn, I almost had him.
Bleed!
What it is I need to output more overall damage, I think.
Take this!
Like, I just need to increase the amount of damage my weapon does. Although, for the level, it's actually, it hits really hard. Because other similar spears aren't hitting as hard as it is. So, let's go ahead and let's head back to town real quick, empty our inventory, and then we'll try it again. I think the only thing that he gives is fire resistance, but, you know, take every little bit of resistance you can. Actually, you know what? Do I have? I don't have one for fire resist. Gosh darn it.
Quickly.
Let's see about exquisite. Yes. Extra armor, extra evasion rating, gain 4 life per enemy killed, but it doesn't have the increase in accuracy rating, doesn't have the increase to life and dexterity, so
Don't eat anything colorful.
but I like to eat the colorful things. They taste the best. You are that's all. Okay. This is something that I wanted to look at, but I don't have anything to upgrade it with. Okay, that's fine. Ooh, let's check.
What do you need? Some pretty things, yes?
You do not.
Be
Okay.
wary.
What have you got for me, Oswald? Oswald? Has nothing. Anything decent here? No. Well, that's just disappointing. Now, I did find, and this is so disappointing.
Stay wary.
This makes me so angry. I did find a spear, a legendary or a unique spear, but you cannot use projectile attacks. And it's like, well, then what's the point? Why would you give me a spear that I cannot throw? Which is just like, that's not even fair. Let's see. Cannot be ignited. That. Nah, we'll stay with what I've got. All right. Well, let's just. I am using a bleed build, but I'm also using ranged as well because range is really super useful against bosses.
You dare disturb me?
Bleed out!
That he does.
Soften the wound.
Okay, the trick with him seems to be to stay close. Maybe not that close.
Taste flame.
And
Taste flame. Flesh bound.
oh yeah, that is. This is much easier this way. There we go. That was so much easier.
You great big pile of rust.
Trying to sit there out of his range was a huge pain in the ass, but all of a sudden you get real up close on him and just dodge roll through him all the time. He's completely useless. All right, I like that. Grants, yes, fire resistance. Give me that. We'll take it. All right. That is way easier that way. So in the future, well, depending on the character,
Watch your step.
I better not die to like some regular old mobs here. That would be so disastrous. Go through all that effort and then die to just like a regular trash mob. Of course, that would also just be my luck, too. Oh, yeah, do that. Hey, buddy. Surprise. Yeah, there you go. Shall kill you all.
Leave to dry.
Oh, damn. That is a lot of circles on the ground. All right. That's enough out of you. Ow.
A clean kill.
Nice. Okay, so let's go. Let's go here, and I want to do probably some extra. Actually, no. Yeah, extra strength. I want to make myself like Excedrin, extra strength. Plus, I need it for one of the gems. Ooh, that reminds me. Yeah, let's go take a look at, because I know I got another spirit gem, and I want to take a look at that. It's just, it looks pretty. That's all. As far as I know, it does not have any actual purpose. All gems. That's Herald of Plague. Yeah, that's. It's one of the Twitch drops. Um, so look. Oh, I saw it here. Wait, I was looking at it. Page. No, no, it wasn't that. Time of need. Okay, and I need 83 strength for that. Really? Wow. Need a lot of strength for that one. Okay. that one's going to be fun. But yeah, I believe it's if you watch a collection of Twitch streamers for up to 3 hours, you wind up being able to get it. And it is cool. I like having it around. Let's see. There. And we'll sell those. Well, we're here. Let's sell them now.
Hey there.
Disenchant.
See you.
I do kind of wish that it was useful in the same way that pets in Diablo 3 are useful. You know, picking up gold or crafting materials, stuff like that. Wait, I had stone cores.
Come on!
Oh, no, not when I died, so I lost them. Okay.
Bleed out!
Okay. Now I gotta go find those bastards again. Which hopefully won't be too difficult. There you go. Nope. Need to just bleed out so that way I can pick this up. Did you just punch me, you son of a bitch? Right, now I've got to run back, find where the stupid things are. Oh, there goes one over there. Here, have an explosive. Oh, that's gotta suck. Wow, that was it. Haha. Okay. Yeah, I forgot because I died. What's his face? To Slackjaw. Oh, now that's interesting though. Is that it gave me both soul cores
I heard
again.
a voice just now.
So let's go grab the other one. I don't know if I needed to for this or not.
You should have stared, Barry!
And you're dead. Yeah, because there goes the other one over here. Getting hungry though. I have to take a short lunch break here. Oh, out of the way, people.
Hold still!
I'm trying to murder your friends, and I can't do that if you're in the way. You're just not conducive to a good murder spree. In game. I should probably say that. Although, honestly, it should go without saying. No. I like it too much. He's too much of a friend. I do still have some of the soy meatballs left. Those are good. Then, of course, I could also mouth orgy. Which is ramen, by the way. I know. Well, they're meatball shape.
Death awaits ya!
Honestly, I just call them college student testicles. 'Cause that's really what they are. Alrighty. What I'm going to do is, actually, no, before I do that, let's hit up the waypoint. I know, right? Always need an adult. I'm going to take a quick AFK. I'm going to go grab myself something to eat real quick. And then we will continue along with the delicious, delicious murder. I mean, exploration. That's, yeah, exploration, tomb raiding, that sort of thing. But I'll be back in just a few. All right, we are back. Tea break. There we go. Here. There we go. Hey, what's up, Tommy? How you doing, buddy? Oh, chick one is sanctum.
That thing bodes ill. Best ask Alva.
This is the largest soul core I've ever seen. With
There
this
is still latent and maybe the construct.
Okay.
Good luck.
Now we get to go do this.
Lead to
Sons
try.
of bitches. Ow.
The thrill of the hunt.
Wow, you guys need to calm down. That is way too many. Wow, that was just a lot of explosives. Huh. Well, you know, that is unfortunately programming in a nutshell. Sometimes it goes great, and sometimes it does not. That's enough out of you, bastards. Jesus.
Lead.
Good Lord. Hey guys. Huh. Honestly, I really couldn't begin to tell you where to look now. I don't know enough about Unity or even Unreal. Be like, hey, you should look in these locations. Is this possible? Not get to throw those. Yeah. Where are you going? Nowhere. Enough out of you guys. Ha ha. And you're dead.
Lead to try.
You guys. Haha. Oh yeah. Ow. I can do that too. Mine just hits a lot harder. What's in the box? 9 gold, really? Ooh. Say hello to death and destruction. They are my cousins. Yay, more gold. Well, damn. Hi, guys. Ah. Nope, you're dead. Give me just a second here. There we go. Okay. You look like you're important. Nope. Ooh, a wide belt. Trying to say I'm fat. I think the game's trying to say I'm fat. That is a lot of boots. So let's thin the herd.
Coming at ya.
Yep. There's just something so beautiful about the sound of exploding skeleton guts. Hi, guys. Oh, nice. Oh, damn. Get that. Thank you. That is going to be nice. What is this belt? Blast recovery, fire resistance, stun threshold, damage. Yeah. It's okay. Not great, not terrible, just okay. Do a backflip. Can't do a backflip. Actually, you kind of can. More like a back roll. Back somersault. Fair enough.
You should have stayed buried.
Indeed, they should have stayed buried. That was one of the other things that I saw people complaining about. Not really. I made lunch. But one of the things that people were complaining about is the accent of the voice actress for the Huntress. And I love it when people are like, oh my God, the accent is so bad. It's like, first of all, it's a fake character, so they're not real. And second of all, you don't know every accent in the world. It's entirely possible. In fact, I've heard people talk exactly like she does.
Watch your step.
It was like when people were talking about Channing Tatum in Deadpool and Wolverine. And they were like, his accent is so terrible, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, do realize that is pretty much how they talk, right? Like that is,
This needs a bigger soul core.
yeah, it
The
probably
little
does.
ones won't
Like
do.
there are people who have that accent in real life, and it wasn't even that thick. Like I think a great example of that was the Cajun chef. It was on TV for a long period of time. He had an accent that thick, if not thicker, actually. But people understood him just fine. Exactly. Exactly.
Reckon it's working. Let's hope the other one's the same.
Indeed. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, what the hell are you trying to say there, Kintar? Took me a moment, but I got it.
You're mine.
Oh, suck you guys. Oof. So pretty. Wow, you guys hit hard. That's okay, I hit harder. Ooh. Actually, something useful out of one of those. What's up this way?
I do know a way out. If we fail and the Empire falls, I have one last resort. I fear it, but it is my last hope. We imprisoned Iklotil the Black Jaw in a Sorkor, alone for his crimes. Isolated like that, without any other souls in the lattice, his stone form seemed to retain much of his personality. Do I dare drain my own lifeblood into something we used as a punishment worse than death? We have toiled so long to defeat death. All I know now is fear. If the sky turns to blood, if flames consume its...
Die already.
Only then will I decide.
I'm really interested in learning more about the
Look out!
the storyline, because there is something interesting going on. And I want to know more about it. Oh, yeah, it's not so much fun when the frost hits you now, is it? Oh, that's okay. Yeah, Huntress is fun. Yeah, yesterday in global chat, while I was playing some, I think it was yesterday, there were a couple of people that were mentioning that Huntress is actually a lot of fun. But I think most people want to say that it's not, just because that's the edgy thing to do, right? Right. Generator number 2 has been found. Now we just need a medium soul core. is it?
The thrill of the hunt.
Oh, because that. Okay, ow. No, I will not die to you. Would siphon all my flask charges. Of course he would. Now we gotta head back and go get some more. Those are so good. I guess while we're here, let us do our thing. What are you? You're not useful at all. There we go.
Take care.
Let's see. Everybody looking good. Suppose. Put that there. And what is my lowest resistance right now? Cold. Yeah, let's do cold resistance in my helm. Lord knows I need it. Especially considering that those guys kept messing me up.
That thing bodes ill. Best ask Alva. Soften a wound.
Haha. Nope. Nope. I will punch you in the face with my spear. Which sounds a lot kinkier than it really is. There we go. Here. Nope. Studded. Great club.
Bleed out.
Oh, nice. Level 38. Okay. And I want to come up this way. We'll get a little extra strength. And then once I get up here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down and get the melee damage ones. So that way I can increase my damage both in melee as well as in range. The reason being that Rake, which is one of the primary ability that I'm using right now, is a melee skill. So I want to increase its damage as much as possible.
You should have stayed buried.
Bitch. Oh, there it is. Plus, the nice thing about strength is it also adds to your maximum HP. So again, more survivability.
Now to lug this back to the generator.
Nope.
The lead out.
Hey, give me that scroll of wisdom. I would like to be more wise.
That's done it. Right then, back to the main chamber.
Awesome. Oh, really? Really? Fine, we'll do it this way. So good. Oh, that's what that is. Okay. Yeah, that's where I need to go.
That thing bodes ill. Best ask Alva.
Okay. What's going on?
Soul core is
Oh, there we go.
charged. Oh dear. Now we just have to remove it from that giant construct. Good luck.
I love how she's like, peace out. Ow. Yeah, might have to stay ranged on this one. Hey, I missed that.
Coming at ya!
Okay. We'll just over here. Haha, you're stunned. Ow. Almost. Not today. Nope. Oh.
Soften the wound.
Almost dead. And you are now dead.
Shouldn't be a problem, Alva.
Awesome.
Aye, pull the other one.
Yeah, we'll grab all this. And let's head back.
Wow! You did it! Now you can use that soul core. Until next time.
I did indeed do it.
Quickly. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Uncut skill gem, level 10. Let's see. Let's upgrade. Great. Oh, wait. Oh, wow. It did let me upgrade it. Okay, cool. And I will be right back. Alrighty, back to it. Let's see. That, and of course can't wear that because I'm not high enough level. Let's go ahead and enchant 7.
Don't eat
Goodbye.
anything colorful.
I'm kind of tempted, depending on how far along I go in this, in like getting through the game and whatnot. I'm kind of tempted to try doing a hardcore character for giggles on stream. Just kind of see how well that goes, that sort of a thing. I need to go to. Actually, what I should do is I should do the Venom Crypts because there is a useful boost out of that. Hey there, Nibbler. So, but
Please! Take
enough
this!
out of you guys. Too. Ooh, Lesser Storm Rune. Okay. But it's something that could be potentially interesting. Just as an offhanded thing. Path of Exile and these sorts of games are exactly what my channel is, or streams are centered around. They're usually kind of like 1 or 2 off sort of thing. If it's kind of interesting for a while, we'll do it. Oh, that timing. But usually the sort of stuff that we do here is like Satisfactory, Factorio, Space Engineers, building sorts of games, sandbox sort of stuff. Got you.
Prove me prowess!
What did I just pick up? Lesser or glacial rune, looks like. So. Lord. So many rare creatures today.
The hunt is on! Coming at ya!
Not that I really need it. Oh, hey.
Still alive, I see? You won't find
What
these
do you
in the
have?
old market.
That one almost looks good, actually. The extra energy shield will go a long way. The armor isn't too bad. I would just have to get a couple of ooh. doesn't have any extra. Plus, the lack of extra spirit is kind of a pain in the ass. There we go. Ooh, extra strength. No energy shield, but I can work with
Careful with that.
All right. Yeah, we'll go with that. That shall be good enough.
Mind the quadrillas.
Jewel gloves. Let me get those. Where are you at? Oh, hey, Smudge. Of course, I let the cats in, and Hollows isn't around. Ooh.
Die, beast! Bleed to dry!
Oh, yes. God, I'm getting so many gems. I haven't been, like, completely stacking rare item find. Or just item find, I guess. But I have been, if I can get it on a decent piece of gear, I'll go ahead and grab it. And it really has been helping. What you looking at? You gonna come over here? Come on. Come on. Get over here. Okay. See? Why do we always do this? You always act like you're not allowed on my lap. You know you are. Come on. I swear to God. Get over here. Come on. There you go. Got to pay a little bit of cat tax and get fur all over myself. Yeah. Kitty. Of course, Hollows, again, not around. I don't do it on purpose, but sometimes I actually do it on purpose. Yeah. Just this loaf of white right now. Oh no, the kitties would absolutely love Hollows. I just don't let them in my room all the time. Right. Belly. Oh, nah. Because she was over here and I was loving on her a little bit too.
Come on!
Nope, nope, nope. No surrounding the Silkita. Oof. Ooh, nice. No. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Just so precious as you are. Getting your fur all over me. Nope. Ooh, that's gotta suck. Yay. Yes, I will definitely take that. Anything that allows me to get some spare sockets. Do that too. And there we go.
Bleed out!
Yep. Okay, how have I not found this place yet? You would think it would be a little bit easier to find. God, I love that. It probably will be. Technically, it already is. Because I have found everywhere else. But nope, you're dead. Okay. Probably should have looked for it before, but
Bring it on.
oh well. I just don't want to run into Silverfist again. Not that I can't take him out, it's just a long, tedious fight that I don't want to deal with. Because I actually managed to take out Silverfist pretty easily. That's the infested barrens. Is that where I want to go? No. That's up there. That is not where I want to be. Again, hold on a second. Okay. Oh, fuck you too, buddy. Came in like a wrecking ball. And you died.
Wind's fury.
There we go. Ah, here it is. That was the other thing I was looking for, was the waypoint for this zone.
Something slithers in the dark. Best keep my eyes peeled.
Uh-huh. Just got a text that my Apple ID was used for a payment. Okay. Doubt it. Especially because I don't have anything monetarily attached to my Apple ID. So. Ow. Well, that was painful. Oh yeah, actually it. They said that if this isn't you, call this phone number. I'm like, bullshit. It was just a text message. They're trying to find out if I'm actually there or not. The funny thing is, because of the way that because of my phone, I can't receive calls on it. I can make calls, but I can't receive them. Don't know why. It's been like that, well, since I got it. But that also means that I can't get spam calls. So that's always nice. Boom. And you're dead.
Worthy foe. I'll not make the journey home like that.
You know I will not. But yeah, it's more or less just a spam text. Trying to get me to add myself to one of their lists. Which I will not do, Sam I am. Not in my house. Not with my mouse. Go. Awesome. Let's see. Drop off. Be worthwhile to hold on to that. Yeah, 19%. Let's see what happens if we. Ooh, plus 34 to spirit. Okay. 12% damage taken, recouped as life. If I could get a little extra out of it, might be really, really good. I think I'll hold on to it. I'm going to use my other one, but I'm going to hold on to that one. Just because I like where it's going. Oh, that is an increased energy shield. By quite a lot. I don't quite like the other stats. Ooh. That's nothing but extra energy shield. Might hold on to you.
See you.
It's a wait and see on that one. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay. And
Bleed!
because one of the things that's really easy to do sometimes is get kind of stuck into this idea of you only want this one stat. And stat stacking works to a certain degree, but I think it's sometimes better to, again, kind of spread out your stats.
Proof of my prowess!
Good timing. The spirit is near. Ah, damn. We lost it.
Yep. I didn't lose it. It jumped away. That's a game that I wouldn't mind playing at some point, is Elden Ring. I know I would probably hate every second of it because I'm terrible at those sorts of games. Like, I have Dark Souls 2. And I only got but so far in it, which really wasn't very far. And from what I understand, Dark Souls 2 isn't quite as good as, like, 1 or 3. Gotcha. Ooh, yes, give me that one. And now you're dead. Now, also, the last time that I tried to play Dark Souls, I was also... I don't doubt that. But the last time that I tried to play Dark Souls 2, I was also incredibly baked. So that definitely had an impact on my ability to play. Not finding what I want down here. And that's just it, too. Is like, play the games that make you happy. Don't play the games that make other people happy. Because I know a lot of people who really can't stand these sorts of games. I could definitely see that. Like, that's another thing that I'd like to try at some point is Skyrim together. And do multiplayer on Skyrim. I think that would be a lot of fun. That part's not too difficult. I mean, considering that Kintar was running the server for Satisfactory. And really, you just need somebody to run as the server. You don't necessarily have to have a dedicated server. Like, yeah. So it's one of those, like, you could absolutely get a... No. Boom. Gotcha. Okay. So it looks like, let's go back up this way. I should probably also try and do my second ascendancy at some point. But I like to get a little over leveled for that. As it does make it a little bit easier to deal with. Is it this way? Yes, it is. Okay, that takes care of that one. And we talk to Serby. Mana regeneration, increased elemental ailment threshold, and increased stun threshold. We will take. You know what? I don't know. I think I want to go with the mana regeneration rate, though.
Don't drink the water.
I think that's just one of those that you kind of have to go with. All right. Let's talk to the hooded one. See what we can get out of this stuff. Nice.
Yes.
Get rid of you.
Farewell.
There we go. What else have we got? One staff or scepter. Okay. All right. And I need to head back here. So that way. Oh. Yeah, there we go.
Here goes.
It puts the stone in the hole so that it can get wet again. And now the waterways. This is one of those, the waterways, I wish that they would actually make it a little bit smaller. Because it is just constant annoyance. It's such a huge map or a huge tile setup.
Bleed out. Any Azak what gets in me way is as good as dead.
Think that's going to help you?
The hunt is on.
Hey there, Nibbler. Come over here. Okay. Come over here. Come on. You do it. There you go. Give me a second. Okay. Now, come here. Come here. Come here. It's okay. Come on. Come here. Get over here. Come on. Yeah, fine. I will pick you up and I will put you in my lap. Not that you guys are going to be able to see her because dark on dark, but yeah, that's a you're a little chilly. Second kitty. She really likes you. Okay, fair enough. But she really likes it to like just get balled up and held. You're a big old baby. She purrs so loud, too. Yeah. Where are you going? I know, right? Oh, do you want to sit in my lap while I pet you, too? Where are you going? Where are you going? Yes. Here, have some of that. Bitch.
Come on!
Oops, scroll of wisdom. Not that I need them.
I despise the Val, but there's something to be said for their craftsmanship.
That is true.
Lead to try!
Damn. I don't know what it is about this map specifically that causes my computer problems. I hope that it's like this for a lot of people. There we go. I get all sorts of weird jitters and whatnot. Nice. No.
Take this!
That's enough out of you guys. Jesus.
Bleed out!
Alrighty then. And lever. Carcass. Explorer armor. That's like me. Haha. Anything down this way? No. We'll go back up here. You know, I really don't mind the dead ends in some of the maps. Oh, it just makes exploration a little bit more interesting and dynamic. No, stop that. However, sometimes it can be a little annoying. Although, when you really consider it and you look back at the history of video games, and specifically RPGs and any sort of dungeon crawling game, the creation of the tile sets has always depended on some sort of dead end because they're really just next level mazes. And so having dead ends in some locations adds to the difficulty level without also at the same time making it feel impossible. And especially if you utilize some of those dead ends for things like storing treasure or having potential for treasure, then it makes it feel a little bit better. Oh, ow. I refuse to die to trash mobs. Honestly, I try and refuse to die to anything. However, yay, it's another lever. What's up here? Ah, Narog's hut. Wow, he hits hard. Something like that. Well, and also you look at the old first-person dungeon crawling games from like the DOS and early Windows days that were, move forward, turn left, move forward, that sort of thing. Very blocky sort of games. And they had the same sort of design concept as well. There were lots of areas that were dead ends meant to force you into mapping out the dungeon so that you could then go back and revisit it and be like, okay, well, I know where this treasure is and I know where that treasure is. I am picking up a lot of random stuff. What are you? Oh, you're a staff. Yeah, there we go. Like I remember there was. I wish I could remember. God, there was a book that went with it. I think I've mentioned this before. Ooh, let's not do that. Not Black Cauldron. It was a game that was. It's like Might and Magic, not Heroes of Might and Magic, but Might and Magic. Magic. Maybe it was like. Yeah, Might and Magic was basically. It was this. Actually, if you played the original Wolfenstein 3D, the very, very first one that came out on DOS, like that, but not real time. It was basically every section of the map that you were in was a cell that you had to move into. And it was like, that's another good way to describe it. It was basically like each place that you were in was a cube. And you would come across monsters that you would have to fight. It was turn-based. The problem is that there isn't any other games that are like that these days, so it's hard to equate it to anything anybody would have played recently. Nope. There you go. But it was a lot of fun, and it would be cool to actually do that sort of a game but with modern graphics. Nice.
Abomination!
I stab at the heart of thee.
A clean kill!
Oh, nice. All right, let's increase our melee damage. Oh, I love it when you get a good chain reaction of explosions. Yeah, that's not going to help you. No. Yeah, this map is just massive. I don't know how I got stuck in there, but
Salt in the wind!
ow. Come on.
The hunt is on!
I don't remember what year that would have been. Because that was when I was in 10th grade. So I think that would have been 97. Yeah, I think that would have been about 97. So I think it came out somewhere between 95 and 97. Because my girlfriend at the time, her uncle had it. Yeah, I think it was him. Trying to remember that far back is difficult. That is a lot of years ago. One of these days I'll find it, and I'll see if I can find an abandoned version. Give me a second. That's easy. A bowl of checks. But again, that's also what I have for breakfast just about every morning.
Hold still!
Of course, that's also kind of cheating, so. Nice. I haven't had French toast in a while. There's a specific way my sister makes it that is so good. I don't know, it's like if it's any better or any worse or whatever. I just know we really like it. She's good at it.
I'm bent double as is.
Okay. Looks like we're heading back to town. Yes, yes, it can. We can dodge roll all day long. Awesome. Rid of you guys.
Some odds and ends we
So
it's
that.
idea. Don't
Okay.
drink the water.
Currency. Let's see. There we go. Get even more damage out of this. Yeah, because if you take a look at the other spear, yeah, this one's 30 to 58 is the damage it would be doing at level 33. This one I have 37 to 73 at level 26. So it's doing all right.
You hear a click. Duck.
I hear a click. That means the other guy needs to reload.
Bleed out!
Gotcha. Nice. You there yet?
Bring it on!
There we go. Come on. I think we're almost there. No, we're not almost there. Never mind. I still have 4 miles left to go or something like that. Oh, no, never mind. We're almost there. Nice. Because there goes the checkpoint. Oh, no, never mind. God bless it. They really do need to make this a much smaller map. Because it takes forever. Constant running around, hitting levers. Ew. Nope. Nice. I will say one thing that I like about Diablo over Path of Exile 2,
Stop the wound!
is that there are more locations to go to. Larger maps are not always better. like the fact that they can do the larger maps, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are more enjoyable all the time. I think it's one of those that it needs to be balanced out. Because Act 3's maps really are just absolutely enormous. All of them are. And that doesn't always equate to this is a lot of fun. I think if they mixed up some smaller maps with larger ones, it would make Act 3 feel and flow a little bit better. Because the level of progress, or the speed of progress, would feel better. At least, in my opinion.
Better off dead.
That's enough out of you. I will thrust in every direction but the direction that matters.
Bleed.
Smack, smack, smack. Well, hey there.
That was almost a
Yo.
challenge.
Jesus.
Bleed out. You don't stand a chance.
Oh, I hate those. Where you have to basically stand right on top of it to be able to do any damage. Proximal tangibility. Yeah, because this is just... like, there's nothing else going on in this map. Oh, awesome. You're welcome. But, like, there's nothing else going on in this map besides just this. Which makes it kind of boring. It's just run around, kill groups. Which, in and of itself, you know, combat's not bad. And it's fun to kill a bunch of dudes. There you go. Hey, at least you got something to look forward to when you actually get the game. Jesus. If you're going to do it, do it.
Bleed out.
Gotcha. Heavy crown. Yeah, this is basically more of this. Yeah, this is way too long. If it was, if like we were already at where we needed to be, this wouldn't be so bad. That's not. But we've already been through all of that, all of this, and I still have more to go. And what makes it even worse is I will have to do this a second time later on. Because right now they don't have all 6 chapters of the game. They only have 3 of them that are in right now. And so what winds up happening is that once you beat 1 through 3 the first time, it sends you back to do it, but at a harder difficulty level. Oh, here we go. I think we're getting close. Yep. Okay, cool.
There.
And so you wind up doing this essentially twice. And it's just rough.
The lake should be all but drained by now.
Now, if you only had to do that one time, it wouldn't be so bad. But again, it's one of those, it would be nicer if they made the level a little bit shorter. And then they could just increase the XP contribution.
How can I be of
Whoops. That is... oh. What? Get in the lap. Come on. Get in the lap. Come on. Oh my God. There. Squeeze you, and I will love you, and I will turn you into a smudge. A real smudge. Yes, I will. You will be a real smudge. A real itty bitty smudge. Yeah. You were so adorable, though. Okay. Lay down. Lay down and be adorable.
There's a time and a place for violence.
Yes, the time is now. The place is here.
Be warned, friend. Their queen. Keep your
Yay.
eyes sharp.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
All right. What level does the Temple of Chaos? 38. Monster level. We are 39. Ow. Thanks for stabbing me. Yeah, thank you. That really felt good. I enjoyed that. Not. We're just so babied. You know it. Okay. So what I'm looking at is I want $39. Let's see about hitting 40, and then we'll go do our
An
ascendancy
entire
trial.
city lost to time. Let's hope that weren't for good reason.
Oh, it was very definitely for good reason. These guys be cray cray. Oh yeah. Talk to Alba.
Beyond this, however, I recommend. Good luck.
Goodbye. Ground City. There you go.
The size of
That
this place.
sucks.
I can hardly believe it.
Internet do be like that though.
Leave to dry.
Ah.
This ends now.
Here, have some of that. Ah, stupid sea hags. I guess lake hags. I smack you in the face with a pointy stare. Here, have some of that. I want to get to 40 so that I can... Because I want to try and get my second ascendancy. And if I can do that, I think that'll be pretty sweet. Actually, let's take a moment and look at what I chose anyway, which was increased accuracy. Chance to hit with attacks can exceed 100%. An additional critical hit chance equal to 25% of excess chance to hit with attacks. Okay. And honestly, there really isn't too much else that I really wanted to go with. Like everything else just feels silly. Yeah, there just isn't anything else. Like the ascendancies don't feel meaningful for the Huntress. That is one of the biggest things I will say, is that they kind of dropped the ball on the Huntress ascendancies. They just don't feel like they really help you ascend damage.
Soften a wound.
Silly bad. If they were silly fun, I could totally overlook them. But they really just feel useless. Go. Studded vest. Let me get that. Haha. Because one of the things that Ascendancy is supposed to do is to give you this sense that you are increasing in power. But I'll have to see if I can pull it up. The Ascendancies for Huntress don't necessarily do that. They really don't increase that sense of scale of power. Though I might play around with it. Like after I kill this, let's head back to town real quick. Try some. Wait, no, because let's look at this. So I can increase my skill speed, which affects the speed at which all skills are used, increases and reductions to skill speed stack additively with increases and reductions to attack speed, cast speed, warcry speed, and similar stats. So that would be 4% increased skill speed plus reveal weaknesses against rare and unique enemies. Not to anything else, just those. 50% more damage against enemies with an open weakness. Now, that would be useful against bosses. I think bosses fall under the unique category, as well as any of the rares that I come across. And then another 4% increased skill speed, and then 20% increased movement speed while an enemy with an open weakness is in your presence. 40% increased skill speed while an enemy with an open weakness is in your presence. Which is only useful if I'm fighting nothing but uniques and rares. Now, this elemental infusion doesn't seem so bad. But again, it's one of those, like, it just doesn't feel like it fits it doesn't feel like it fits the rhythm of gameplay, combat. And the one that I went with was the increased accuracy rating and then the hit chance, critical chance, which honestly is the one that felt the best out of all of the choices.
Leave to dry. The thrill of the hunt.
Of course, I say that just as I take on a rare. Will bleed to death now. Oh, cool. And we just leveled up. So let's go with increased melee damage or accuracy. Let's do the melee damage because that's going to affect my rake ability. See if we can get through this. Just stand there in the doorway. Go. Let's see. Looking for something. I think I'm looking for the temple.
Proof of my prowess.
Nice. Oh, you're dead.
Watch out!
Ow. Oh, nope, nope, nope. I refuse to die. Not today, Satan.
Wind fury!
Oh, that was fun, actually. What are you? 116 to armor, 85 maximum mana, 8% flask life recovery rate, 9% life resistance, 1.9 life regeneration per second. I mean, the extra armor is not try that out. What's the worst that could happen? Like, it doesn't help as much. Nice. Take that. Hold this. Jesus, there's big blue balls everywhere.
You're as good as dead! Bleed to dry!
You know what would be kind of cool, and I wish we could do this, is that there's an opportunity where you could make one of the items that you're wearing a unique. And so it would have like your name, and then certain whatever stats that you have on it at the time, or like give it some extra stats or whatever. And then you'd obviously get a copy of it. But then it could also add it to the item pool. I think that would actually be kind of fun. I mean, obviously there's some usernames that you don't really necessarily want out there. Like, I don't know. Honestly, I think it'd be kind of funny if you came across Sweaty Ball's loincloth of thorns. I think that would be hilarious.
Bleed to dry!
Aha! Die already. Jesus. Shoot. Oh, you're not dead yet.
to
Oh,
tackle.
Jesus. Wow, that was a huge pain in the ass. That one was brutal just because the mobs kept respawning, the minions.
Abomination.
That, yeah, exactly. Like, I could totally see that being part of an actual RPG itself. Is that depending on how you beat it, let's say. It's another rare. It could be, like you get your name added to one of the items. And so other characters that you play wind up being able to see it as well. If you do like a single player version. River Hag. Get tired of you.
Look out!
Holy crap.
A worthy foe.
Finally. Jeez. Please. There you go. Well, not to mention the fact that as long as it is part of the well, and okay, so power creep wouldn't necessarily be an issue because it would be based off of the stats that are available in game, as you're playing. And if your stats are capable of reaching that point, then you've got a much larger problem in that respect. But definitely for single player, that would be fun because then eventually, as you're coming across your other character's legendary gear and eventually
Ugh,
equipping
the stench of
your
this
other
place. It's a
characters,
wonder I'm still standing.
then that would, eventually you would have this really badass character that has all of these different legendary items that you helped create. And that would go a long way towards helping you then better tailor your character towards that gear. So it would add sort of this extra meta level to the creation of your character over generation after generation kind of thing. I might have to see about doing like a silly mock-up of that or something like that. See how well that would work.
So, treasure in particular. If you hear a click,
Yep, sure.
duck.
Nah. So you let's see. Yes, I will do that. Really doesn't matter too much for my mana. But let's see. Actually, yeah, that one looks good. Okay. And I could upgrade Explosive Spear. And finally,
Welcome. Be wary.
okay. Looks like awesome. So, what we are going to do, let's see if we can do our second ascendancy here, which is the Temple of Chaos. And see if we can actually pull this off. I'm level, what? 40. Open.
An exiled as Mary hunts for a new purpose.
Yes. Yes, she does.
It's not too late to turn back, you know.
I mean, okay.
Long have I awaited a suitable challenger. My master, Chaos, has charged me with this task. The rules never change.
Okay.
Until
Cool.
next
Anyway, less area of effect and projectile speed. Monster hits always inflict bleeding and poison. Monsters grant no flask and charm charges on death. Um, huh. I guess we'll do 50% less area of effect and projectile speed.
Always out of reach.
That one is going to be the least annoying out of all of them.
Are you ready, challenger?
Yes. Are you?
Look out!
Nice. It still seems to be doing all right. Yeah, sure, I'll take that. Oh yeah, give me that. Missed. I will just go ahead and cheese this a little. There we go. I don't feel bad about that the slightest. Yeah, that one. cheese a couple of those dudes real quick. Up and away. Yeah, no worries, man. Let's see what shenanigans.
We are only getting started.
40% reduced life, mana, and energy shield recovery rate. Rings of Doom appear on the ground, which grow over time, exploding physical damage once they reach a maximum area. Bloody hearts appear that apply tethers, slowing you. Breaking the tether will stun you. Let's do the impending doom.
Be careful where you
I can
stand.
at least attempt to dodge those.
What's wrong with a good set of stairs?
That's funny.
Hold your ground, if you can.
Leave to dry!
Yes, that. Yes, thank you. God. Get out of the way. Oof. That was rough. That one was definitely rough. Good Lord. I was a little bit worried there. Okay.
Don't give up so early.
Rings and circles of doom appear on the ground, growing over time. Monsters have 300% increased critical hit chance. Monsters gain 20% of damage added as extra chaos damage. That one is actually going to be the easiest one to deal with.
Madness. Don't fall behind.
Okay.
Something a wound! The thrill of the hunt!
God, there's so many. No, you don't go up there, girl. I love you, but you don't go up the desk. You want that. Oh, that's mine. Oh, I see. That's what I have to do, is I have to lead. Damn it. I would just happen to choose the one thing that's going to make it almost impossible to do this. Wait until... There it goes. Actually, this is kind of cool. Let's clear this. Come on, hurry up. A little bit more. There we go. Let's come back here, let it grow, so that way I can push it forward some. Now that I've got most of the bad guys dead, most of the mobs. There you go. Move a little bit faster, please. Kind of a pain in the ass to get this. Just gotta wait for it to do its thing. Come on. Doom under me. There we go.
Leave to drive.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Hold on.
Ow. I will defeat this. I will not die. I will not succumb. Start over here. There it goes. Honestly, choosing the Doom Ring really wasn't that bad of an idea. For this to move. Go away. Huh. It worked. Who would have figured? Okay. What's the last ones? Awesome.
Don't give up so early.
Rock on. It's always fun when you actually get to fix your apps or your programs. Let's see. Monsters gain 50% of added damage as extra chaos damage. Runes will appear that will call deadly lightning storms if you remain in them.
Lightning descends.
This is the boss. I do not recall. Oh, yep.
Spirit.
This one
Give me
hunted.
strength. Watch your step.
Ow. Ooh. Ow. Oh, no. You stop that right this second. Ow. Don't think I'm going to be able to pull this one. That's just putting out too much damage. Yep.
Bit of
Yep.
more than you
I'm
could chew.
damn. I knew that was going to happen. Yeah, that one is just a little bit too much damage for me to handle right now. But that's okay, because we did at least get some gems out of it. And that's a yay. So let's head on back to town. Let's. I think I'm actually going to go ahead and wrap this up for today. Let's see. That off is the spirit gem. Nothing yet that I want out of this. Would upgrade. No, I can't. Actually, yes, I can. Upgrade Herald of Blood. There we go. And else needs to be upgraded that matters the most. I might try Tame Beast at some
Using
point.
Tame Beast will mark them for capture for a short time. If you kill them during this period, they will be absorbed into the gem and be available as a summoned companion. The summon will retain the mods it had when you fought it. After equipping the gem, beasts will be marked with this indicator. Using...
Yeah, we're going to have to try that out at some point. There we go. Anyway, though, we'll take care of that. We'll do that later. For now, though, we're going to wrap this up. So, as far as Satisfactory goes, we got quite a lot of work done. Got some more stuff coming into the train station. Got our hypertubes running out to what will eventually be our Uber train yard, if you will. And then, of course, with this, we actually had a lot of fun. Got quite a lot of content completed. So that's always a net positive. Still need to finish my second ascendancy, but I'm not too worried about that one. But we're close to getting Act 3 finished so that we can go to Act 1, Part 2, so to speak. But all in all, Huntress is a lot of fun. Really enjoying the 0.1 patch, 0.2 patch, whatever it is. It's a lot of fun. Having a good time. So, if you guys are interested in me playing some more of this, let me know. You can always hit me up on Discord, on the community Discord. And yeah, other than that, though, that is going to be it for today. As always, thank you all for joining me in these misadventures. So glad to have you guys along for the ride. You all have a wonderful day. Stay out of trouble. And remember, if you get caught, I don't know you. I will catch you guys tomorrow.